What's going on, everybody? We're here, back with a brand new episode of Umineko When They Cry. Last time on, people are dropping like flies. Both Ava and Hideroshi are both dead, were stabbed in the forehead in their bedroom. And also Cannon was murdered by something. We saw what killed Cannon, but at the same time, we really didn't see what it exactly was that murdered Cannon. And a whole bunch of people had done. And we also found a letter besides Ava and Hideroshi's room as well. And I think in this episode, we're going to see what's inside it. But yeah, whole bunch of people are dying. I'm completely dumbfounded. Any theory, it could be anything. It really could be anything that's killing these people. Is it the witch? Is it a 19th person? Is it one of the family members? Why are they doing it? Killing all these people? It has to be multiple people, or maybe it's one. Who knows? But I saw a comment, someone theorizing about how Maria, Rosa, Natsuhi, and Kumasawa are all in on it, killing all these people. And I'm fine with the other people like Rosa, Kumasawa, and Natsuhi. It's certainly possible they could be killing people, except for Maria. And why I think that is, I've also thought, like, perhaps Maria has some part in this, you know? But I feel like Maria is a giant red herring for every single for all the people that are reading this. Like, she is obviously set up to be a suspect within your mind, just via how the story views her or describes her. That she's somehow involved in these murders. I think she's a complete red herring. Just a complete red herring that's, distracting us from the actual truth of the matter. I could be wrong about it. I could totally be wrong, because back in Higurashi as well, the red herrings turned out to be true as well. But I think Maria is a gigantic red herring. I think she's just a kid that wants to believe in this, and that this is how she processes death, in my opinion, by viewing it as, oh, the witch is real, Beatrice is real, That's how she's processing all the deaths of these family members around her and all that. But, I can't wait to continue on. I have no idea what's going to happen. I actually have no idea. Anything can happen by this point. Oh, one other thing I want to mention. I talked about last episode what exactly Twilight means within the epitaph. And someone commented down below how Twilight is viewed in Japanese mythology as a kind of in-between place where both the supernatural and reality kind of coincide together is during Twilight. And we could very much see that within Wokenjima, of how that border between the supernatural and reality is kind of breaking down as we continue and go on. More and more mysterious things are happening, more impossibilities, such as the golden butterflies Cannon witnessed, or how Ava and Hideroshi was possibly murdered, which it's not totally impossible. It's not totally impossible for them to not die by a person's hands. But I think the more and more we continue on, the more and more the border between reality and the supernatural is breaking down on this island. So, let's get right into it. In the end, Ken-kun did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Cannon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Cannon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
Oh, I was also informed by the comments to wait until the middle of the answers arc to read and then there were none, because it could possibly give me too big of a hint for this game. So I'll wait until the middle of the answer arcs until I read the book. I can wait. I mean, it's been... I'm 20 years old and I haven't read once anyway, so I can wait a little longer.
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Ken's wife up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Canon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion-filled words I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth just tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって、そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing her parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。
Oh, I completely forgot. We also found Kinzo's corpse as well, burned to a crisp.
お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ちくしょう。源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. And after that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、 犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだと思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Onwosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently didn't build up a resistance to Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Ken and Kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly. And 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではあります。犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。
Jeez, it's only 8. God.
今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんでそこまでは調べなかったのが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
Yeah, when they killed Shannon. Oh, God. There were many servants serving the Ushiro-Mira family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Kinzo's room?
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
That is a good point. It only attacks isolated people. Heck, even including Ava and Hideyoshi, since they were technically in 2 different rooms. So that is a point of contention. And with the 6 people, they could have just taken them out one by one. As we saw, Shannon was going through the hallways, Goda was in the staff room by himself. And maybe the other 4 separated, or the other 3 were separated at one point perhaps, and were also killed. So it could be multiple people, but it also is possible it could be one person.
なら良いのですが。
マリア、 言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
おー。
Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書
Exactly.
斎です。
Okay, so I was right.
私は反対だぜ。じいさまの気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか
2本です。1本は常に私が、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたので、先ほどボイラー室の遺体から。
Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので、
Okay, so they can't.
私がお預かりさせていただいておりました。
So they can't possibly get into Kinzo's study without breaking down the door, will I?
なるほど。ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじいさまを犯人は連れ出して殺してる。
Or maybe Kinzo went out himself and got killed.
絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that gives us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the crow's room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい、ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご不条、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。
Always nice to have a wicker cabinet.
しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら 心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
A while back, I proposed this strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed the crow's room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? Nah, it's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. I feel like we haven't moved on from those 2 theories at all. We're still in the same exact situation as we started in with the first murders. How far back in the past was it that Kirei-san taught me about chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kirei-san was Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Co-worker, huh? Didn't Kirei-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. It wouldn't be good to rely on it too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。
Oh yeah, game theory.
とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass, nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in variables. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, the rules of chess have gone through massive changes over time. It's possible that the discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
That's right. Kiri-san's definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. Yeah, it's a set amount of movements and rules. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some other goal than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to get several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kiroi-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with the chessboard thing of trying to think from the enemy's perspective, is that we don't know anything about who the enemy even is. We don't even have an idea. We have all these different choices, so many different choices. It could be one of the 18, it could be a 19th person, it could be a witch, it could not be a witch, it could be a single person, it could be multiple people. We have no idea. There's so many variables to this persons, or people, or persons, or who knows what they possibly are, that we can't accurately predict, what it is. Plus, their MO is always changing as well. First, they bashed in people's faces, but not every single one of them. They left both Klaus and Shannon's half of their faces still recognizable, while they left the rest with unrecognizable faces. They murdered Ava and Hideyoshi with a sort of sacrificial dagger within their foreheads, and they did the same thing with Kinzo as well, but they stabbed Cannon in the chest with the same exact dagger. So their MO is always changing as well, except for no, they didn't put up a magic circle when they murdered Kinzo, or when they killed Cannon as well, so that's totally set in stone as well. So who knows what it is exactly. But in the end, Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Anaki's parents, both the kitchen and parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd been afraid of Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very, very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we imagined. Then Kumasawa made a proposal. We all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Natsuhi had warned us of beforehand. There was a mixture of chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating to our heads. What the hell?
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。
Oh yeah, Kinzo's weird-ass chemicals and alcohol.
今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was a door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Oh, すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob. Oh yeah, there's like a scorpion on it. Wait, a scorpion crust. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. Was it? Natsuhi also had the scorpion keychain, like little scorpion toy from Jessica, right? So that's interesting. Beatrice is somehow can't enter any room that has a scorpion in it. Interesting. That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? Exactly.
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて力がよく満ちている。魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔種から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
ならベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
Interesting that Kinzo would design that doorknob if he longed for Beatrice so much. Maybe he did in the past because he was afraid of Beatrice, but now in his old age, he wants her to come back to him. But why would he stay in his study all day then?
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし使い魔だっている。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りもこの火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
Damn. It really could be a thing of like they could have murdered Natsuhi, but that scorpion key charm kept them away from it. If it's an actual person, why are they trying to set themselves up as a magical being, even so far as to not murder another person, in which they could have easily done it because it's just a keychain. But it adds more, you know, lenience to the magic fury.
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
ええ。夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Beatrice annoyed? Couldn't wave one finger. Natsuhi fought back on that eerie squibber she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of their door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room? But the magic repellent charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it?
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Wait, if it was an actual culprit, then how the hell would they know the scorpion charm was hanging from the doorknob because it was on the inside? Were they really committed to the facade of them being a witch, that when they possibly opened up the door, they solve the keychain. No, because it was mentioned earlier, due to Natsuhi's constant headache, she has trouble sleeping as well, so if she heard the door opening, she would have heard it. Fuck, man. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered in Kinzo's study. Let's see what's inside. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify Faroe with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Hatsune Miku, come to me! Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Mixture of alcohol and old man farts. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there was only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the seat, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The windows are worst tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, bedroom section, toilet bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. The study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
Kinzo-san, やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生。
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
In the direction of Kuma-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time. talking to the witch in that portrait. It was Beatrice, the grandfather, in the first place. Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to find children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd bought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
So da. 母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ?
Yeah, we can finally read it.
ええ。まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Hanatsu, he took out the Western envelope. Geji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Hanatsu, he also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と?
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Provoke us how? Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents should be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Ooh, praise my name. Looks like I got a tip. Oh, that's it? That's the entire frame. Praise my name. And here where is it? Where is it? On the fair twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Interesting. Praise my name.
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
You know what? Honestly, let me go look at the epitaph again. It could lead clearance to the fact that this person is not a witch, or they're not Beatrice, it's someone pretending to be Beatrice. Because they're doing it kind of out of order. They did the first thing, right? They did that. But they also did the second thing. But because of canon, they went ahead and did the fifth Twilight. Well, I guess they did the fourth Twilight with both Ava and Heidi Roshi with Gouge the Head. They actually did it 3 times with Kinzo as well. But it kind of reads clearance, kind of, that this is a person doing it, since you're kind of doing it out of order, in a way, you know? Like, they've already gouged the head, and they've already gouged the chest. Well, in the order, it should be the third Twilight, which should be the people that praise the name. Maybe. Or perhaps it's something else.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も 間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I spoke to Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか？
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? So I had a good guess. He wanted some... I don't know. I guess he's withholding the information for trying to respect Kinzo still. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been defiled among the servants. Deified. He had probably been very close to grandfather, as they're called hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and then increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and wasn't likely to believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
お父様の愛人ですか？
His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmanageable financial situation. But that isn't the cause for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real life mistress. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman as wife besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。私はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
それなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか源氏？
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。 そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
すでに死んでいる？
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
So she was a real person. Would make sense.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. So, that would make sense. Beatrice was an actual person who lent Kinzo some money or gold or... Well, the gold... Well, we know for a fact there's one gold bar. And honestly, that could be the only proof that Beatrice gave to Kinzo was that single gold bar we saw from Klaus. She gave that to him, and he was able to be insured by other people and gained financial position and able to work with MacArthur during World War II in order to gain even more wealth. But during the 50s, she died, and within Kinzo's own maddened view, his own grief, he pictured maybe his view of Beatrice twisted after her death. Maybe it was simple as just a single gold bar, but maybe via going through black magic, he reimagined her as a witch, something that was more than human, something that was more beautiful than human, a beautiful witch instead of just a mere person. And so he created this myth of Beatrice, this witch, this urban legend of the witch of Okajima, Beatrice. But he still longed for her so much. There was also a comment last episode, jokingly saying, like, do not ever have a romantic scene in Wokajima or else you're dead. And honestly, I feel like that's an actual integral point to this game. Every time there's been a couple, they've been split up. Every single couple, right now, one of their partners is dead or both of them are dead. Maybe it could be a kind of ironic thing of Kinzo couldn't have his own love, so why should anyone else have their love on Wokajima? You know, I feel like that's gonna that aspect is gonna tie in, like, really. It's gonna be a big part of this game. I feel like that romance aspect, love. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seemed like it'd be just creepy, but it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the usual Mira family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, hidden his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。
Makes more sense.
金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut-in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、検事さん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を妄信するのはじい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
By acting as though Beatrice's soul is, at least, had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. That was his mantra. He had believed it, had made people believe it. And Genji would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Okajima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. His true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき 蘇ることができる、会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sweep in the world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじいさまがいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じいさまが半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
バトラー、
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ、本当に魔法だよ、魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. What a sad man.
女の私から言えば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
ふふ、同感だぜ。浮気は浮気、綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
The key word Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
Perhaps.
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じいさまが福音の家っていう福祉施設に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Oh yeah.
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
何人かいますが、 親族会議中のシフトでシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
Now they're both dead. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from the orphanage as human sacrifices.
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
When Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone felt quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey Beatrice, what do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall. That portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Bingo.
なんだよパトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Finally realizes it. Both of my eyes open as wide as points. Everything been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
マリアは最初からそう言ってる。
That's right, Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ooh, culprit isn't human. Just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a hidden thing. I fucking knew it.
黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が 2,3 人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
Until now.
いや違うぜ。じい様は福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ。生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議はこの儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
器を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a potent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you curiously roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. The charm meant to stop something like that was not human, had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible!
だが夏井さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか？
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第3の晩の言葉を手紙に書き、その場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第2の晩を実行し第3の晩をその場に残した。第3の晩はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Anaki's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouging to the heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. Kinzo.
じいさまだ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが、じいさまの眉間にいや頭をえぐられてた。
じいさまが第4の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は
第5の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたならまた3人が死ななければならないというのですか？
On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
We all die. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃじいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の番には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the rise and bestow four treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじいさまは自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ、妄言だぜ。
Maybe that's why Kinzo was willing to sacrifice his family for it. Maybe because he believed in it so much that he and his family would be revived for it.
死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり追い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
天智、その可能性は考えられるのですか。
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか。手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は。
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
確かに少なくともじいさまとカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。
But who?
しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
It's someone else who has to believe in Beatrice as much as Kinzo, really, to perform it. So who the hell would that be?
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれには何て書いてあっただろう。
We thought back to the evacuation of the weather last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the usual Miura family's interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's wing. Which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice are demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Huh?
なんだって？
The hero was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now was still why. The Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? No. No. You have gotta be shitting me. That's not another fucking letter. How the fuck? What the fuck? Natsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? Alright, what the fuck is happening?
どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
What the fuck is happening, dude? Oh my god.
全員下がりなさい。
Shit.
壁へ下がりなさい。
Natsuki was pointing a rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Damn, this music's good. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Natsuki had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. Nobody entered this room. This means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait.
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. By the way, this goddamn music, the mix of orchestra and fucking electronic is great. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
Kinzo 様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょう。
Oh shit.
すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。このゲームに私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。 引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
って内容だぜ。
God damn, this music's going so hard, man.
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。
It has to be, because where the fuck did that letter come from?
そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, it is this minimally small bit of time and space. It's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set that letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですがお父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友として長くお父様と共にあられた。ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか。
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Danjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumosawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumosawa murdering Ken, Kumosawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. On Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji, あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか。
God, if it was the servants, that would make so much goddamn sense. It would honestly make so much sense. The people behind it that would believe in Beatrice as much as Kinzo, to follow every word of it, and plus the damn letter that just appeared.
そうお疑いいただけるのは奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということで。
But at the same time, it's so goddamn obvious. It's the trope is in every Western mansion murder mystery of witch people, it's always the damn servants or the butler. It's so obvious.
このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。
At the same time, what else could it possibly be?
しかし、この手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリエちゃんもです。
Not content to suspect just the adults, how Natsuki pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ、ベアトリーチェが。
バカにしてんのかってね。
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ、ベアトリーチェにいる。お前たちには見えない。
God damn it.
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だから どんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
Yeah, we can't.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
Okay, we just go down and shoot each other now.
夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島です。ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうと娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Namjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Such an interesting situation. Because all four of them have been the most suspicious, and now the weather's just the nail in the coffin for it. But it just, in my head, in my, like, just, as a guy who's read a lot of stories, in a lot of different types of stories, through, like, movies, TV shows, novels, comics, manga, whatever, it just seems so obvious. It's so obvious. You know, it goes back to that trope of the Budward did it. But if I'm denying that, I'm believing in Beatrice, in which I don't think it is a witch. Like, everything we've seen so far, it could have been done by a person. So it's... Oh my god. I just need to keep going. I can't settle on a single side in this game yet. I just need to keep going. I need more information. Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが、今だけは分かってください。
わかった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。 嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being injected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Ken-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここテレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the thrill and had to agree, crying as she went. Oh, poor Kumasawa.
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。現地頼みます。
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。
Now get the fuck out before I blow your brains out.
マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
おう、マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To his servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
それでは 参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guild made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あん時はなんか尺になってなくしたとかホラ吹いただけだ。お前の大切なお守りをなくすわけねえだろ。
Maria soundly took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. We just sent through those people to their deaths. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I'd mistakenly thought that there was only one. There was no characters in the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Triforce. Inside this circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. Just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of the magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it! After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivete. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power, maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。もう絶対に。
Even as she said that on, Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Shit. The Golden Witch. And after we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Natsuki faced the door without letting go of their rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. Jorajanaki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Natsuki with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during the asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Ken-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Ken-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the weather's second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who can fault me for how I use that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。
It's all in unreadable English, damn it.
じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
まあな、どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか面白そうだと思ってよ。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には 霊的才能は活気しなんだとよ。
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら、私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of the room, I couldn't deny it felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。
If they're still alive, that is.
彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination on Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
Telling you, it's the only way she can process this, that everyone will be revived within the Golden Land. Same as Kinzo, well,
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親は随分昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸で マリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all wild up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were being adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her, sort of escape. Someday a witch would come and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Okanjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and swam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
ダメって何がだい？
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまりあの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
Why make them suspicious?
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ、おかしい。やるなら例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ、部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
Or the simplest solution of all, the simplest solution that's been looking at our face right now. They appeared there by Beatrice. It was magic. The simplest solution, the simplest one. But you can't just believe that. You can't just believe in magic like that, just so easily like that. But at the same time, why would they do it? Why would one of those four place the letter there, or all four of them place the letter right there? Why make them all themselves suspicious? Why do that if they were truly the murderers, the killers behind everyone? Why?
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。 だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定した時、あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
よしなさいバトラ君。今さら些細な問題です。
Natsuhi-san quickly guessed what it was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がしてまんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle at the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. But she couldn't induce someone to weave of their own accord.
だとすると私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
Specifically for, and she only needs three.
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うならこの部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Natsuhi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that weather would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Natsuhi, right now her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただそのジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わず、ずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。もしおばさんまで混乱していたら、僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがとう。
バトラたちの言いたいことはマリアの母でもあってほしいって。私マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって、ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さんお願いだよ。マリアもみんなも一緒にいようよ。私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だから
Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven to a corner so far away. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
What does it say? Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Janaki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of this magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Son of a bitch.
Oi, oi.
Son of a bitch.
マジかよ。
Son of a bitch, man. Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。
Splitting us up.
この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
It was unsurprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the four who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. There was no way to prove the innocence of the four people we chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang throughout the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung out right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなの。
Oh shit, you're right.
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら
I gotta pick it up.
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話おそらく
With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly roar from some unknown person. Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、おばさん。何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
そうだぜ。それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。もしもし。
I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Natsuhi kept saying hello. Is someone phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, could this phone call possibly really be... Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and started strained her ears. Because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? What?
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。
Singing?
何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
I half forced the receiver from the stun on Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし。誰だ、返事をしろ。
The fuck is going on?
歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Natsui's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. What the fuck is going on, dude? Oh, shit.
行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Natsuhi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。
Maybe.
電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃね
え。議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
Natsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. It's better than nothing. Then the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been worded out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room.
Maria! どこにいるんだよ! 返事をしろ!
I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since a passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。
I said, yeah.
階下に降りてみよ
う。そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
With Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger in the trigger, we moved in the group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like the motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と試突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
Baby.
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。
Jeez.
もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように。私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. And brainway, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Aniki, Jessica, and of course Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, that we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. Here we go. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone with all of her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We held our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Oh, we're gonna see some fucked up shit. Natsuri put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when Georgianiki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
じゃあ行くよ。
God, this tension is fucking killing me. You tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Natsuri took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. They were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around wildly and test several of the keys. It's locked? Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. But nobody could lock the damn room except for the culprit. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things that occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしてたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I readied myself. If they're going to be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます！
Natsui and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon, son of a bitch, was an incredibly strange sight. Holy shit! The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... That's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they rudely punched their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ah! That wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee. That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and on the seventh night, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them struck near Kumasawa Bachan's calf, I couldn't help mouth, egoistically laughing. Ah, that's right. On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouged the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. I gotta read the character. Before we continue on, I gotta read it. Bitch. Found in the parlor with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his stomach, and his face smashed. On the 6th twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. Found in the parlor with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his thigh, and his face smashed. On the 7th twilight, gouged the knee and kill. Found in the parlor with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into her calf and her face smashed. On the 8th twilight, gouged a leg and kill. And the next one, the 9th twilight. What was it again? Maria was there. I am fucking terrified. She was faced. I am completely fucking terrified. I'm actually shivering. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the three who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that in the rear, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked with our mouths hanging loosely open. It's like a fucking scene out of the Blair Witch Project. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet not one of us could do that. Everyone fought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be.
Maria!
At some point on, Natsuhi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcibly, no, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having their singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in that gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria, これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ!
God damn it! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだ、バトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。
Now where the fuck is she?
じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
知らない。
知らないってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いて、バトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that his eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな。
ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。
What the fuck?
長女になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ、
Butterflies. Oh, fuck.
冗談も休み休み言いやがれ。
Fucking butterflies. That's Beatrice, son of a bitch.
そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの。
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじいさまの書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？
Scorpion fucking cute.
バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェはマリアにだけは何もできなかった。だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえないわからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
それを信じろってのか。バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めね
え。よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、 夏日おばさんおばさんがいない。
What?
あれ、
母さんどこ行ったの？
What the fuck?
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
A letter? That makes sense. The goblin must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the twilight. They must have left the letter so they can brag even more. We're so wrapped up in crushing Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Oh, fuck.
母さん、お母さん、何これ？開けて！開けて！
It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand which Badawara had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught sideways, and Lily did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Fuck. Fuck, man. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was a place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. Readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後ろ宮家代表、後ろ宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい、黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
The hell is in the last letter? The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed at the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したのって私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。後ろ宮家の代表であると自負する私と、後ろ宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後ろ宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後ろ宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出、謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
It was a request for a duel? Gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. Badawara made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been buried and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. they suddenly heard the crisp sound of gunfire rolling out at once. Son of a bitch.
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall. And the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light. Awed in the beauty of that silence. Odd Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to transverse her face. Holy shit! Oh my god. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How imprudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she ended up like this. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why?
She
didn't shoot herself.
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。そう、おばさんは何を読んで、どうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。
Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides as though I was pointing a light from a White House trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて、あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It is as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。
Now there's just 4.
14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで、いや、台風が過ぎ去って、また船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで、俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。
生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。
It's over?
もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
Huh? The clock. Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Midnight. Very soon will be 12 at night. In other words, 24. When you think about it, isn't 24 hours is a strange time? It could be called 24, and then it could also be called 00. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out halfway and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Anarchy stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait way in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I fought for something like this. Witches don't exist, I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist, because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ、指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
As the witch. No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 24. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラー、ジョージお兄ちゃんにジェシカお姉ちゃん。旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
And none shall be left alive. The witches shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. 4 treasures. 4 people! Oh, shit! Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. Only 4 people will be left alive, and the rest shall die. Midnight. pages in a wine bottle. This is not the... What? The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that enshrouded the island for so long began to clear away. Some beams shone from the rifts between the clouds. Yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their rivalry cries be heard. Afterwards, the police arrived and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were believed to have survived until the very end were never found. However, from the body parts that were discovered in the unimaginable gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude chances of survival for any of the 18, including the children, were hopelessly dim. Their limbs? What? Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land. Those tales are for them alone to tell amongst themselves. They have no tale for those who arrived at the banquet had ended. One can only but imagine what has transpired during the course of those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale which had no need to be told and permitted it to spread. A few years later, a strange wine bottle drifting on the waves of the clear side of the neighboring island was recovered by a fisherman. Stuffed inside were tightly rolled notebook pages, crammed full of the manuscript waiting there with this tale will be filled with these pages that come to know the mysterious riddle began on October 4th, 1986. The 18 killings of Oak and Jean by Beatrice, the witch's legend serial murder cases. However, the occult claims it to be solely an immortal ritual that sealed off the island soon. But I'm sure that, however, not one of those interpretations are truthful facts. And while the notebook pages tell of the mysterious incident, they do not tell the truth behind it. In fact, perhaps not even the writer of the notebook knew the truth. Perhaps she may have desired to know. According to the writer's signature, her name was Ushua Mira. However, furthermore, as a result of an all-police search, part of Maria's body was discovered. A piece of her jaw? It was whatever. So the body was able to identify the so the jaw could be extremely unfortunate fight because the jaw had been separated from its body. The police considered chances of hopefully dim, even though no one found or identified your fucking jaw. Brief behind. By the time you read this, I will probably be dead, although there may not or may not be a course for you. Please uncover the truth. That is my only wish. To this day, the truth of the witch legend serial murder case has not been brought to light. What the fuck? Wait, the stake of Asmodeus, the stake of Beelzebub, the stake of Mammoth, the stake of Sankin, the stake of Lucifer, the stake of Beelzebub, the stake of Revivan. Those are all like Christian demons. I don't know about Beelzebub, but Revivan definitely. Died on the 9th night, the witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. Missing him had prostrated himself and was invited to the goal. Accepted the witch, accepted the rich. It denies the existence of the witch, was she invited to the golden land. The witch shall praise their lives and grant 4 treasures. They chose to revive this and the wealth they possess. Because of what they desired could not be granted for a mountain door, no matter how high. His lost fiancée, her lost loved one, the loss of her mother, Beatrice, may your slumber never be the winner's golden Beatrice. Of the 18 none served the winner of the golden time. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? None were left alive. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit. So each stake was a representation of a different Christian demon? What? Oh, cool. I got a couple of trophies, guys. Elements added. Has prepared a gift in combination of your recent or drawn. The new elements may be accessed from the title screen. What the fuck? Holy tea party? What the fuck is a tea party? Picture box, music box. Oh my god. Oh my. What the fuck? Priest will up a seed and wind down. Was your drawing and Woken Dreamer present one? The Golden Witch has gifted you with an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you will participate. Golden Witch should give you a picture buff. Stop by and view it. Oh, damn intro. Wow. So that's, So that's episode 1. That's episode 1. Holy shit. I have to say, compared... oh my god. What a fucking... there is so much to unpack there. So... okay. The police came there and the rest of the children were gone and all they could recover was Maria's lower jaw? What the fuck? What the fuck? Just, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I don't know where we're going to start next episode. Probably at the airport again, maybe? Or... I don't know, somewhere, probably at the beginning of the airport, same thing with Figurashi. But, holy shit. So, Maria, just like Kechi, made a note for people to find the truth. Her desire to truth. Let's check out the trophies. Let's check out the trophies, shall we, folks? Might as well. Oh, good. We got the bronze trophy. Oh, cool. All the tips. Character sound. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Change the... yeah, that's nice. Good. Read to the end of episode 1. That's nice. Hopefully my PSN goes up. I mean, there's no fucking... the gamer score and PlayStation Network, but anyway. Fuck, man. I don't know how to interpret that. God, there's so much to that. Should we do the tea party? I feel like we should do the tea party. You know what? Fuck it, it's already 3 hours. You guys would watch for the rest 3 hours anyway. Let's see the tea party. Alright. Okay, let's see what we'll get from this, huh? Purgatory? This is purgatory?
Oh, minna! Umineko no naku koro ni otsukare-san!
Great, we're all in purgatory now.
やれやれ、わけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっちまったな。
つまりなんだ？あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか？
Yeah, I mean everyone's dead.
おお、きっとバッドエンド。おお。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。ひでえ目にあった者同士仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ、
Your face was bashed on.
顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
そういうお役目でしたら仕方ありませんし。
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
Yeah, so much for going to the Golden Land. I guess you have to have your jaw whipped off, huh?
どうもそうみたいだね。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
それを言ったら カノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
でもカノン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。エマおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。
Person could do that.
人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。
Now putting a wetter in a locked room. Now that's impressive.
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。
Or a person calling herself Beatrice.
みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら大勢の生贄が必要だった。その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
痛かったわけじゃないですし、それにほら今はこうして全然平気ですからへっちゃらです。
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out, smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。
Oh, me too, but there's 14 fucking murders.
ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
ええ、分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
犯人は魔女だった。 その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか？
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜
ぶ。劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。さ碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。何懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the whittle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. The bad horse spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun? I have to say, compared to, the Higurashi after party, this one feels a bit unnerving. Maybe it's because of the fact that at the start of this it says literally purgatory. Just that little detail and just something's off about this,
お前らさっきから聞いてりゃ何を思考停止してんだ。なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Bador was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Bador realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
That damn grandfather clock.
そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕には分かりません。
お前たちこそ何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
じゃあ私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人ならどう再現するというのですか？
そりゃまあどうやったらあんなひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。
I mean, they have no emotions, but it's still possible.
でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと 中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。わかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とかグラインダーとか、そんな電動工具でも使ったのかもしれねえじゃないか。
それは
じゃあバトラー、じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。扉は封印されていたのに、じい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。じい様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
I mean, yeah.
それはそうだけどよ。
ならバトラ君、僕の母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。
Yeah.
とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えてもどうせできるんだよ。これがお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ？
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
Yeah.
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよ
う。なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが、つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できないなら犯人が魔女ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
世まい事ってなあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきからえれえ不愉快だぞ。
バトラ様、 僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず僕は殺されている。
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
I mean, yeah, that would prove enough force if it's like the tripwire got into his chest.
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです。バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
いや、それはわからねえ。でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。こうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。
That is something.
そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラー、お前さっきから頭大丈夫か？
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。
I mean, it has to be a 19th person, or it could be Kumasawa working with it.
俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
It's very classic.
お約束って？
つまりだ、カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of people whose faces had to smash in. The only way we could identify them would be by their crows.
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
Well, he's a general practitioner.
そうです。南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
ああ、そうだな。
It's possible.
南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ話は変わってくるぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
と、それはだな。そうさ、南條先生は偽装師なんだ。何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんて のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや、最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。苦しいか？
Shit. Yeah, from the inside, they close the shutter on the fucking shed.
あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。ほら自分でも言ってたぜ。検視は誤審率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。
Exactly, it could be a substitute bodies.
方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女？それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんで頑なにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしても、それは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pitifully, soundly watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Bador's mistake. Even the narrator's talking down to it.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。だからそれで人間にどうやって？具体的には？そう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり。むしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのにどうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんかいねえ。いるわけがねえ。
It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Bador, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりダダっ子のわがままだぜ。
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが、
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて、俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか、仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか違うだろ。魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。
It's a very simple answer.
そうだろ。
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が、魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。全員が認めた嘘は真実になる、そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
どうして？
悪いが最後の最後でもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた、それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。さらにだ、さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
The uneasy mood followed Bador's ignorant rant. It was blown away by a very soft and white laugh. Whose laugh? Bador was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon, Ken, and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully quiet, silent.
Beatrice!
よい。久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたもの。
Oh, fuck!
お前誰だ？
What the fuck?
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。よいよい。
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
Hey, I got a new character list. Oh, hey! Beatrice. The Golden Witch has lived for 1,000 years. She has already surpassed the limits of humans, and it is said that she will appear in response to human summons, just as demons do, to lend them her powers for a price. Likes black tea and ice cream, hates boredom and those who deny your existence. Now, I've known for a long time, because, you know, every time you look up Umineko, you see that sprite. But I didn't fucking expect it to be in the after party. What the fuck?
ご機嫌よろしゅう、ベアトリーチェ様。
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
よいよい。千年も生きる大抵の魔女は生き飽き、そなたのような気骨ある男、時にはいい。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
こりゃたまげたぜ。そこまでして俺に魔女が19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。お前はマリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることでようやく存在を許される。そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして魔力に強い抵抗力を持つらしいね。我ら魔女の天敵、どう逆さに振るってみせようと決して我らを信じない。
Wait. Before we continue on, just remember this. In this scene, even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single idiot refused to believe in the witch and all the magic went away. Afterwards, she was chewed to bits by demons and went to hell? What the fuck? Even though he was finally reunited with everyone and all were getting along so well in the Golden Land, all of the magic was spoiled thanks to a stubborn idiot. Afterwards, he was chewed to the bone by demons and went to hell. Missing. The fool who spoiled the world where everyone could have been happy. Beatrice is very angry, but for some reason she looks like she's having a lot of fun. Almost as if he's the first fun new toy she's had in 1,000 years. If only this idiot could just hurry up and see you like the rest. What the fuck?
だから魔法が及ばない。お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ。
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、個々に具体的にはまだ挙げられてねえ。だからといって屈するわけじゃない。俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。全ての出来事人間とトリックで説明してやる。そこには一遍たりとも
魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
え。よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったが、人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか。
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ。真犯人さんよ。
What the fuck? With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. What the fuck is going on, dude? The door in front of them slightly open but secured by the chain was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか、バトラとやる。
多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか。そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか。
くそ、隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
お前に思いつかぬならわらわがやってみせてもよい。
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
よい、愉快な男。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺が降参したらな。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
愉快な男よ。覚えておこうぜ、その約束。弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスを。それを超える屈服の誓いはないから。そこまで言わせたからこそわらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
Paying no mind to battlers were first ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな、子供たち。我こそ煉獄の案内人。大罪を許せし七つの悔いをもて。
Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。さあ、罪を許しなさい。罪人の魂を解放なさい。
うわっ！
The pricks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a person's sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the two picks burying themselves deep into Ava's and Hiroshi's foreheads. They definitely heard two sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battleware wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door. But those two had died again, and this second time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. Jesus.
殺せるとも。このように殺せるとも。
Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Badwer was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. Oh my god. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Stained steak was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Holy shit! God. Badwer was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Jesus, man.
ベアトリーチェ様、どうかお許しください。カノ君は十分に反省したと思います。
よい。わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
ふざけるな！こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。
What the hell did Kinzo see in you?
何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。事件の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
愚かなバトラ
ー。よすんだ、バトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Oh my god! Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. Oh my god! It looked like the redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン！シャロン！しっかり！しっかり！
どうしたってんだよ。くそ、なんなんだこりゃ。この赤いのは。
Expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce Badwer finally realized.
頼む、バトラ君！ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。故障だから。
Oh my god.
君が信じないから。信じないから。
魔法が溶けてしまう。
Fuck. For the first time in his life, Badwar heard the sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Badwar's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
Shadow!
Jesus Christ! This time the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it poured into black tea. And it spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Badwar was petrified as he frantically fought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Oh my god.
否定しろ。ぶっ消してやれ。こいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない幻影なんだ。
大丈夫か、ジェシカ。兄貴。
George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
Oh, Butler. 早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないとみんなの魔法が解けてしまう。
マリア、お前も全身に。
わらわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らせる。でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるまい。
パドラ、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。でもパトラなら、パトラが魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェシカ、ジェシカ。
Poor Jessica met the same end. What the fucking shit, dude? Just like George, he ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted and mixed up it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラ、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。だから悲しくないよ。
This is hell!
だから死んでも
The redness began into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my... Dude. Dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, the after parties in this game are going to be fucking crazier. Dude. Oh my god. What the fuck? I can't believe they revealed Beatrice in the fucking after party. What the fuck? Holy shit. What? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so much worse. Because at least with the, you know, Higarashi's after parties, it was like, oh, it's funny. It's like, haha, look at all this funny bullshit. But here, they're literally in purgatory, being tortured. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is fucking great. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. This is episode 1. This is episode 1. This is just the first episode. This is the first fucking episode. And the amount of... Oh my god, I can see why people love this game even more than Higurashi. Because in just this first episode, there was so much. So many mysteries. So many deaths. So many heartfelt moments. And oh, and so much horror too. Like this was so, like, makes sense I'm playing this in October, but god damn was this just horrifying. Like, holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, I cannot wait to play more of this game. Holy shit, you have no idea. Even more. That proof. So it looks like Beatrice's power works on belief. Same with miracles. Son of a bitch. You know what? I want to make my stance right here. I'm going to believe it's all humans. There's a goddamn rational explanation for all this. Oh my god. My god. What a fucking first episode. What a fucking first episode. Oh my god. Shit.
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやら。それでこそ我が千年の退屈も紛れるというもの。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらで説明してみせるがいい。そして人間の身の程を知るがいい。我が千年を人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか試してみるがいい。それでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。さあ聞こうバトラとやら。マリアの手紙は、6人の殺し方は、シャッターは、レシートの封印は、チェーンの密室は、カノンのボイラー室は、源氏たちの客間は、夏日の自殺は、碑文の謎は、隠された黄金のありかは。さあバトラとやら、人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
All these mysteries. Oh my god. New elements? Oh my god. There's even more. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. And it goes back to, what the hell is this? What is this? Welcome to, bro, there's even more. There's so much. What the fuck? Oh my god, there is so much shit. Alright, let me, okay, so I still have to unlock it, okay. But, oh my god. Oh my god. Great, now I want to check out this shit. It's going to be fucking 6 hours. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What the actual shit? It's probably saved all this, right? I really hope it has. I think it should save all this. I don't need to save or anything. I think it should be fine right this. But what the fuck is this? God damn it, do I have to... Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? You know what? We'll investigate that next episode. We'll investigate that next episode. Holy shit, that tea party, that after party was a perfect cap off to episode 1. Holy shit. That is so much better than the after parties in Higurashi. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna say that right now. The after parties in Higurashi were like, you know, funny, fun. Well, you know, oh, what do the characters think and what's all the mysteries here? Well, that one, I feel like that just that enhances the story even more. Holy shit. All those different mysteries. Yeah, and the biggest thing between the first episode of Higurashi and this episode is that there are so many more fucking mysteries in just the first episode of Umineko. Just the first episode. There's just so much more. God damn it, this goddamn intro just keeps popping up. I could see why people are more enticed by this than probably Higurashi's more slow-paced type of tone. Well, this one's like boom, 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 figure it out. See all these mysteries? Figure the fuck out. Holy shit. Oh my god, I cannot wait to play more. I really can't wait to play more of this game. We've just scratched the surface, and by god, oh my god, I cannot wait to play more. Holy shit. Okay. Let's finally end this. If you guys enjoy this type of content, hit that subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. Want to tell me something? Put it down in the comments below. Want to check out Discord server I'm in or my Twitter? Check description below. And yeah, this has been Voidlego. I'll see you guys in the next episode. See ya!